Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to Darvanalee Designs Studio. I didn't know where I was just then. I was going to say Dusty Book Snippers. Oh, my God. Anyway, good morning, everybody. How is everybody this morning? I am a little bit bleary-eyed. We had some pretty big storms come through here at about 2 o'clock this morning. Wow, talk about getting a jump start to the day. Oh my goodness. The whole house shook. Like it was so like we didn't get any rain or anything like that. It was just a lot of noise. And I must have been so dead asleep. And then the whole house shook. And so it gave me a bit of a jump start. So thanks to Mother Nature. Yeah. And it took me a little while to get back to sleep because my heart was racing and all the things. So yeah, but anyway, we are here to do some crafting. We're going to have a craft session. Now, normally I work on crochet, but because I'm already starting the day off a little bit sleepy, I thought I would do a new start today for cross stitch. I know, right? But before anybody who's been around for a while, who knows how many current whips I actually have for cross stitch, it is okay because it is actually part of a group of charts that are supposed to be all done together. I purchased them together and all that sort of stuff. So anyway, I don't actually have an image of it except for on my phone, unfortunately, because it was part of club. So I haven't been able to find a decent view of it to share it. So I do have a PDF. Let me just see if I can bring it up. No, that's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted. You're gonna let me have a look at the PDF, perhaps. View PDF. There we go. All right. So which means I've had these since 2021. When I change the camera view, I will show you the picture, but it may be able to see it there. There we go. But when I change the camera view, we should be able to see a better view of it. So anyway, I'm doing a new start. So what am I learning with this one? I am learning how to do beading, and I'm working with a product called Krynic. And oh my goodness. So basically these are only small. They are a 50 by 50. I am starting a new one because I've actually finished the other one and I forgot to bring it in. So just bear with me for just a second. I'll go grab it and then I can show you. So I couldn't get back to sleep. So when I started this yesterday, all I had done was the Holly Jolly part of it. And so I put some stitches into it last night because Wednesday is my 7-day rotation. So last week I worked on something. I filmed that. You'll get to see that in progress on Saturday. I filmed it Tuesday evening, and so it will go up on Saturday, the stitch with me. So basically what I'm doing is every 7 days I'm working through a whole heap of Christmas stuff because my friend Gail from Wombat Hollow Crafts here on YouTube is basically doing Christmas 365 and 25. That is the official hashtag over on Instagram. And of course, we're talking about it here on YouTube as well. So I'm like, you know what? I can get down with that. So that's that's sort of where I'm at. So now the problem is I don't know how to finish these. I've done these on 28 count, which make them a little bit big to put on my particular Christmas tree. So I'd have to get another Christmas tree. So what I'm thinking of doing though is actually doing some flat folds and just having them on maybe on a garland or something like that. But anyway, so I'm learning how to do beading. I don't know if I like beading. I know I probably shouldn't have done it at like 5 o'clock in the morning. So yeah. Anyway, it took me, I couldn't get back to sleep. So rather than doom scroll and all the rest of it, I got up and I decided to do some cross stitch. So as I said, when I started this the other day, which was yesterday, I only had the holly jolly part of it and the two baubles. This here and some of the holly around the outside. I have now finished it, and that's what it looks like. So it's been a hot minute since I've done a floss tube type style thing. So that's what it looks like. And of course, these cameras never pick it up how it should be. But it's all done. And I did some beading just there and on the little hollies as well. So first time, I'm happy with it. It's on a small project. I've already ironed it. I've already backed it with some interfacing. So this will just get sat in my box, but it's my first finish. Look at me go, Chrissy. I know you're there in the comments. Look at me go finishing stuff. How often does that happen? Never. I'm more of a serial starter than a someone that finishes stuff, but it's turned out really well. It was quite funny because as I was stitching it, you can't tell, but I'm actually there is actually a mistake in this. My words should have been one over, so I've had to readjust. Oh, excuse me. I don't know what that was, but apparently it was going to be a sneeze and a cough at the same time. But I'm happy I have a new start. So this was supposed to be for this week, Wednesday to Tuesday. So I figured, well, I guess I'll do a new start because this is the next one in the ornament series. 'Tis the season. When I put the camera over, I'll show you a little bit closer. So yeah, I'm pretty happy that I'm moving on to the next one. They're only 50 by 50, so that's 50 stitches across, 50 stitches down. They're not very big, but on 28 count, they end up being a bit larger. So for me, if I was to do these for ornaments, which I wouldn't mind doing them as ornaments, I would probably look at doing them on a really high count. So either 40 count or 46 count to bring the down in size. But to be fair, I don't know whether, because I mean, you could do these as little cushions as well and put them in your dough bowl. But I'm thinking that I'm just going to do them like a little garland, perhaps maybe put some like gingham, put it on a piece of yeah, anyway, I know what I'm talking about. I'm not explaining myself very well today. But it's done. So I'm happy that is ready to be just sat into my finishing box. I have a box where I put all my finishes. But last week I did, I guess this is just like a floss tube. We'll start this off as a floss tubes, I guess. I have not done a floss tube in a hot minute. I've done stitch with me's and stuff like that, but I haven't done a floss tube. So a floss tube is, for those that don't know what that is where I talk about my stitching and all that sort of thing. So I will probably, I'm thinking about doing them again. I don't know. We'll see how we go. I know that there'll be no haul or anything in it like that, and I'll only be talking about for projects. But essentially, right now, you're sort of getting a floss tube. So last week, I worked on Carolyn Manning's design called Yuletide Labyrinth Garden, or Garden Labyrinth. Yep. That's what the entire thing will look like when it's finished. So there is a lot of stitches in this. There's like over 43,000 stitches in it. And I started out at 5% and I ended up at 5.07% and I ended up at 1155, which equates to 2,823 stitches, and this is what I got in. So you can see there. So if you followed me over on, I've got bloody needles everywhere. I'm working on this again on Saturday because this is also my Stitchy Meetup stitch. And of course, I started this at the beginning of 2024, and then I only went to stitching a couple of times. Missed a lot of Friday night stitching and all that sort of stuff, which is when I was doing it as well. And then there were some nights where I just didn't want to stitch at all. I completely lost my stitchy mojo last year. So this is all creased and everything because it's in and out of the hoop. But that's what I got done. So when I started it last week, I had this corner here done and across there. The outside of these done, so the green. I don't know if you can see that. Get that a little bit closer. I had the border done, that pretty little border there. I had that done, and I had a leg of this and across the top. I had these done down to here, but I had to fill in some of it as well. So I did all of this inside of here. I finished off the box. I did all inside those boxes, and then I did all of this down here, including that one, which goes down into the next page. And then I did all of these as well. And I'm pretty sure, if memory serves me correctly, there is, what have we got here? 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. They're 13 by 13, those little squares. So what's that? I don't know. I can't even do math. That's a lot of math on that. But as I said, last week in 7 days, I got 2,823 stitches into that. So I'm almost finished page 1. So I think tomorrow I'm probably going to get a little bit of in here done, and probably some of the Christmas tree. We're getting down into that section. Not tomorrow, sorry, Saturday. So yeah, this will get worked on like last year when I go to the stitching meetups, as well as being in my 7-day rotation. And my 7-day rotation, I have, I think, 10 charts that I'm working through. So so technically this one is a block 1 of the chart. This is block 2, and then I have several others as well. Let me just find them. That's not where I wanted to go. It's hard to show these up on the screen, but yeah. So this is a block 3 and 4 of the same chart, and they're just done individually. And unfortunately, I can't get them to, there we go. Is it going to focus? My head out of it. There we go. So that is block 3 and 4. And then we have, they're super cute. And it was part of a club through Shannon Christine Designs. So yeah, they're super, super cute. I know that this is 'Tis the Season as well on it. Let me just stop it. But yeah, it's in different colorway. So we've got a little snowman and To the Season. So that's 5 and 6. I think there's 10 in total, or 8 in total. Let me just have a look. And this is the next one. And I'm pretty sure there's another one. This is a number 5, and there's number 4 somewhere. I don't know where it is. But this is cute. I believe, and Cookies for Santa. So I have all them. And so technically they are part of the same chart. So that's my loophole. I'm sticking to it. So I'm moving on to the next one today. So I thought I'd start it with you and do some stitching over the day. And we're going to do 3 sprints. Let me just move that out of the way. I'm going to do 3 sprints today. Going to hang around for about 4 hours. So yeah, I just seen Chrissy's comment. It's like me finishing stuff. Oh my God, it must be freezing in hell. So yeah, so I haven't done any crochet during the week, but I have been working on my cross stitch, and I think that is a good thing. So I'm pretty happy with the progress that I made on the Yuletide one, because if I can keep up that sort of progress, I'm going to get a fair amount done, because that should rotate through a couple of times this year. I mean, and there's nothing stopping me from just pulling it out and working on it. So I'm going to get, I think when I go to stitching, it's like we're there for 3 or 4 hours, and I pretty much stitch the whole time I'm there, except for when I first get there. So I get a good solid 3 hours into that. So I'm going to get at least 12 more times touching that this year. And then the rotation, I just have to work it out when it's going to come out. I'm actually considering getting a spreadsheet going and putting in when I'm going to be working on things for each month. Not a spreadsheet, calendar. Oh my God. Anyway, it's one of those days today. So that's the plan. And like I reckon if I get to that at least 5 or 6 more times this year and really knuckle down on it. And I didn't work that much on it on the Saturday either. I wanted to get a lot more in, because like usually I have one weekend day where I can get a lot of stitching in, and I didn't get that this time because the simple fact is I had to go and help Brendan. I had to drop him off. I had to help him out in the yard. I had to do a few other things for the house and whatnot. So I only got the couple of hours, because during the week I work for 2 or 3 hours on my piece. And then on the weekends, at least one day, I will spend the entire day where after I've done my chores, where I will stitch for the entire day. So that could end up being 6 to 10 hours, just depends on the day. So I think if I, obviously with breaks and all that sort of stuff, that's from when I get up to go to bed. So I think if I cycle this through a couple more times, I should be, oh, my clip is just pulling my hair. Sorry, it was just getting too much. When you try and ignore it, and then it's just, yeah. Anyway, there we go. That feels a bit better. It's not stabbing me as much. So anyway, sorry, I'm a hot mess this morning. So I think that I'll end up getting quite a bit more done on that this year. So I'm hoping by the end of the year that I've got at least one page done. That if I get more done, of course, this chart's also going to cycle through. So depending how quick this one goes, if memory serves me correctly, I think I worked on that on a weekend. So I feel like I will get a fair bit done, because this Saturday, even though I'm going to stitching when I come home, I'll probably relax for an hour or so, and then I'll go out and do my stitching, because I've got my stitching set up in that sewing room. So I just go out there, everything's set up, everything stays there. I don't have to put anything away. And I just basically walk out, sit down, start stitching, and I put in a minimum of an hour. So, and I can do about 100 stitches an hour. On a quick chart, I can do up to 150 stitches, because I stitch two-handed, which you'll see in just a little bit. Anyway, all right, let's have a look and see who joined us today. Good morning, Jessica Kiwi. How are you? I'm here nice and early because I have a power cut all day. We'll be using my phone sparingly to pop in and out, hoping to finish the crochet along today. Yeah, if I started crocheting today, I'll probably fall asleep. Because I have been out, I ended up going and laying down for another hour or so at about 6 o'clock this morning. But yeah, I'm super tired. So yeah, it's just Mother's Nature's heart starter. I woke up, my heart was racing. I mean, when your whole house shakes, it scares, and you're asleep, it really does scare you. So yeah, Amber Lee's here as well. Hello, Christina. How are you? Hello to Jessica and Amber Lee from Christina. Remember to hydrate. I have my water here. It's going to be a very hot and sweaty day. I'm already sweating. Thinking I'm going to turn that fan up because it's already hot. Hopefully that's not too noisy for you. I've got both air cons on, so it should cool down in about a half an hour now. I've only just turned them on, so make sure that you check the laundry. Make sure you hit the sub button, and hopefully you get notified. Hello to Christina and Jessie from Amber Lee. Finished row 8 of my restart. Nice. We're also Mrs. S. Snail Mail, Zara. I love it. I love the name. Is watching from the UK. Hello, Zara. How are you? Right. Sorry, it's been a day. That's okay. That's okay. It is Zara. Awesome. Welcome. Good morning. Yes, there is no such thing as too many whips. Not in my head anyway, like when you've got 65 of them, although now I'm down to 64 because I had a finish. That is still, because like that was counted as one whip. The other charts haven't been started. So when I start this, I'll go back up to 65. I can't win. I can never get down. Yes, it is, Zara. Awesome. Hello, Monica. How are you? WFH today, as I'm having, not having having a Crohn's flare-up and running a fever. Still working through, so lurking in the chat. I hope you guys are doing well. I hope you feel better soon, hun. There's nothing worse. Oh, that's terrible. Oh, it's my neighbour. I'm thinking, who's driving in my driveway? It's going to say, how are they driving in my driveway? Hey, Jojo, how you going? I'm being a bit of a Dory there, looking, see what's going on with the neighbours. How you going? Thanks for being here. I've been working on a pair of socks today, but I might use the sprints to either weave in the ends on a shawl or pick up the button band on a sweater. Awesome. Tennille's also here. Hello. Health is not cooperating either, so no crafting today, but maybe some audiobook listening. That's okay. Hope you feel better soon. Hello to Chrissy, Monica, Jojo, and Tennille from Christina. By the way, the hook is huge. Oh, you went up a full size. Is it working better for you? Hopefully it is. Hi to Christina. Jean's also here as well. I'm not sure what I'm doing today. I've got 2 blankets out of the house today. Nice and productive. Hi to Jean. And we also have Curry here as well. Hello, how are you? Welcome. I hope that you're having a wonderful day. What are you working on today? It's so cute. They are cute. If you're talking about the ornaments, they are super cute. Shannon Christine does beautiful designs. Gail at the moment, I'm pretty sure it's a Shannon Christine one that she's doing, or it might be a Doreen Jones. Both equally beautiful designers. I'm pretty sure it's the gingerbread one by Shannon Christine. Shannon Christine does some beautiful Christmas stuff, and it's just stunning. Look up Shannon Christine designs, and you will be like, this is definitely eye candy, that's for sure. Love the cross stitch. Well done. Imagine finishing something. I know, right? I've seen that as I was showing it. I'm like, yeah, I finished something. Everybody pick yourself up off the floor. Close your mouths. I know, right? I finished heaps. I was actually quite surprised how much I finished. Because Savannah at Christmas time goes, oh, I want to make a quilt for my friends. And I'm like, yeah, cool, no worries. I said, well, I've got some blocks there from the block of the months that I've done, and the A to Z quilt block challenge, which I know that Z is not on there because there is already a Z on here and I couldn't find another one. So before anybody comes at me. So yeah, anyway, I said, let's go out and have a look. So I pulled out all the blocks for her. She went through them. She took out some the blue and green ones out and use that for a quilt. And then she's like, oh, I need to, and she was going to take some of my, I think it was floral fabric she was going to take of mine and use to make a quilt and make blocks and all that sort of stuff, using the same blocks that I did with the A to Z quilt block challenge. And I said to her, well, I have quilt tops here that are put together. So she ended up taking the very first quilt that I ever done on YouTube as a block of the month. And she ended up taking that, and she made, like, I quilted it and all that sort of stuff. And she's taken a whole heap of photos for me and whatnot. So, I mean, it doesn't matter that I don't have it. It's gone to a lovely girl. And she was like, she opened it, squealed, and just took off. She was at a birthday party, and she just took off and went and threw it on her bed. So I know it was appreciated. Savannah goes, both her and her mum were just standing there going, what's going on? And so I know it's appreciated, and it's been on her bed, and she's super excited that she's got something that, and she knows that that I had made it all together, but it was a gift from both me and Savannah. Savannah, like, basically, I quilted it. Savannah put the binding on and made the binding and all that sort of stuff. Yes, I made the blocks on the channel and all that sort of stuff, but it was a gift from both of us. So I think it was for her 21st, maybe? I don't know. 20th? No. 21st, I think. So anyway, no, it was her Christmas and 21st, I think. I can't remember. Anyway, it went to her at Christmas time. And so she was very, very chuffed with it. And so now the very first quilt that I ever made, I have the very, very first quilt I ever made, but the first one that I made on YouTube has gone. And there was another one that she was eyeing off. I'm like, no, my friend, you are not taking that. You get your cotton pick and figures off that. So she's like, oh. But when I was going through the box, I'm like, wow, I have actually done a lot of stuff. Like, I've got a lot of things that need to be quilted. I've got a lot of cross stitches that I've finished. And I've only been cross stitching since the middle of 2019. So, wow, that's now 6 years. This year will be 6 years. Oh, my goodness. So, yeah. gee, time flies, right? But I'm getting back into the habit. Like before I lost my stitching mojo, and I probably lost my stitching mojo about 2 years ago, to be honest. Before I lost my stitching mojo, I used to be part of like competitive groups. Like it was sort of like readathons, but of stitching, and they were groups where they gave you prompts and then you stitch however many stitches for that prompt and all that sort of stuff. So on average back then, 2 years ago, I was doing about 500, anywhere from 350 to 500 stitches, 400 to 500 stitches a night. And that was about 2.5 hours to 3 hours every night. So I'd get all the kids sorted and whatnot. Actually, I probably lost my stitching mojo when Mia went. That was sort of started the decline, and she's been back with her mum now for a while. And so, yeah, so basically I'd get her into bed, like bath, dinner, all that sort of stuff. I'd sit down with Brennan for a bit, and then I'd go and stitch because he'd be watching crappy TV. And I would go out the front and I would stitch with people online, or I'd stitch by myself. And and I would just stitch the night away, and then I'd finish up around 9:30, and then I'd go to bed, and or I'd go and watch a bit of TV with Brennan or whatever, and then head off to bed. And I would do that every night. And so I was actually plowing through, because I've got some quite big pieces on the go. I have one that is so close to a finish, but I actually have to frog out a whole heap. And I'm just so disheartened with it that I sat over in the corner. Chrissy will know this one. It's Halloween Quaker. I still have not done anything. I've worked all around where I've got to frog out, but I haven't pulled it out yet. So I've got to do that. I'm probably going to frog it out this year, but I'm not going to stitch on it this year. So because I'm doing Christmas all year, I'm getting rid of all my Christmas stuff. I want to get through all that. So I'm also about to finish Snow Village as well. Which I'm going to work on again at the end of the month. So basically with the 7-day rotations, what's happening is I have all my charts. I've got 10 charts there. Some are really small and going to get finished straight away because they're half done or whatever the case may be. There's one on plastic. There's a winter cushion. I know it's not Christmas, but it's winter. And so I've got a lot of stuff that I've got to get finished and whatnot, and they're almost done, so they're not going to take long. So I am going to get a few finishes done this year. But what I'm doing when Snow Village finishes, that's a big one. It's got 11 different blocks on it, and I've got another one which actually has 12 blocks on it. I think it is. It's either 9 or 12. That's called Farmhouse Christmas. I've already started that. Like I've started one up, and I've started that Christmas not last year, the year before. And that was a restart because I've actually done, like Snow Village, I've done a block out of them. I was going to do them as ornaments, and then I decided not to do that. I wanted to do them as one piece as a cushion, and then that way I could store them a lot easier. Just put them over my throw cushions each Christmas and then take them out. So basically I've got these rotations happening, and so I've got a bag or a basket, whatever you want to call it. Anyway, it's sitting there, and I've got all the pieces in. So I pull from the front, and I know where the front is because Red Dragon's at the front, and the container that has the floss for Red Dragon sits at the front. So that is the front, and when I'm finished something, it goes into the back. The only one that gets pulled out is that Labyrinth Garden more regularly. So as I'm rotating through, these will come up several times. But I'm thinking that I'll probably get 2 or 3 finishes out of these Shannon Christine ones as well. So I'm excited. That's very cute. Thank you. Hello to everybody from Jean. I put a pic up on Facebook this morning. I'm working on finishing my Farmhouse Christmas. Only 1.5 blocks to go. Woohoo, look at you go. I'll have to have a look at that. I didn't see it when I was in there this morning. Although, granted, I was only briefly in there. Where is it? Let me have a look. On the works in progress. Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, you're so close. You're doing it as one piece as well. Cool. Are you going to turn it into a cushion, or are you going to frame it? Well, you've seen where I was up to because I put the start picture in there for the Holly Jolly as well. So I meant to put it in yesterday. but I didn't. So yeah. Oh, that's going to look awesome. So how are you going to finish that? That's going to look good. LOL. Penguin waving blue tea. Okay, it tells me what it is in the background. So yeah, that is. So it's obviously a penguin waving. Good morning, Deb. How are you? Hi, Deb. Oh, working from home. Yeah, I'm not with it this morning. It's going to be a pretty casual morning this morning, I think. Not sure how long I'm going to work on this today because I have been fighting the sleep thing today. But you finished. Yay. Yeah. I know, right? I'm so excited. It's just these little charts are the perfect little thing. When you work on a lot of big stuff, they're the perfect thing to just like get done, and then you get that gratification of getting something finished. So yeah, next year I'm probably going to have a year of like do once a month, do some fully finishes. I'll see how I go. Yes, it is looser, but about to start the zigzag. But it's a 10 millimeter. Oh my goodness, that's huge. That's chunky. Playing with scraps today. Couldn't decide what whip I wanted to work on. That's fair. I've been cleaning up, so not cleaning up, just sorting stuff, and I've been sorting all of my scraps and everything in. I've got a couple of ideas what I want to do with them and whatnot. So I like playing with scraps. You can do so much things with scraps. It's so much fun. I've only 2 episodes of Virgin River left. I think I might go back to the shore. My cousin says she will take a blue one if I finish it. Nice. Here for a few seconds. Going to grab a snack because crochet is making me hungry. Also, on the last panel of the cowl, going to test the length after I finish this one. I should be able to sew. Awesome. Excellent. Hello, Coda. How are you? I sent a message to Coda this morning. Sending food messages. Those taco shells. Oh my goodness, they're pasta shell. Oh, I went and had checked my bank account today, and I'm like, no, I've got to leave that money there. That's for bills. I can't go grocery shopping to just wait because I'm trying to just shop monthly, and I'm like, they are going on the list. I have put all the ingredients there. They are definitely going on the list. I cannot wait to make them, and I think that they are going to be my new favorite thing. And did you hear how crunchy they were? Like, oh my goodness. So yeah. Hey, just Kiwi, Emily, Christina, Chrissy, Monica, Jojo, Tennille, Jean, Deb, and nice to meet you, Zara and Cara. Carrie. Cara. Carrie. I did not go back to sleep until about 6. I ended up doing this instead, in case you weren't here before, Coda. I ended up finishing this off. So yeah. I ended up doing that. I mean, it was a lot more productive than just scrolling on my phone and sending you food messages and making you hungry at work. I just got off work. Hello to Coda. How to summon a Coda? Mention a spreadsheet. Hi, Coda. Yeah, I did too, didn't I? And he's here. Hello to Coda from Tennille. Decided to take my lunch break now. I'm going to grab some corn thin cracker things. Yeah, I love those with cream cheese, avocado, and salmon. Just hold that thought for about 6 hours. I'll be there. If I can get a plane as soon as I get there. So yeah, I love those corn thins. They're so good. I usually have. So if I'm having it like savory, I'll have avocado, salmon, alfalfa sprouts, tomato, cream cheese, all that sort of stuff on them. If I wanted something sweet, I actually put peanut butter and honey on them, and they are so good. And I usually have like 4 of them, and that just does me just enough. But alas, I ran out of honey last night, so honey went on the shopping list as well. And my next door neighbor's not a beekeeper, like he's not doing beekeeping anymore. I used to get my honey from him. I'm like, rude. You're not supposed to stop doing stuff. Hello to Coda from everybody. Just go right. It is time. It is time. Oh, for the, yeah. Okay, cool. I need to go back to sleep. I don't know. I should have cancelled today, probably. Yes, it was a cute penguin waving because of the cute penguin pattern. It is super cute. And the fabrics that I've got picked out for those. So this fabric here is what I'm going to do the words on. It's a bit different than this one, I know, but like it's a bit different. I hand dyed this fabric, so but same but different. And it's got like sparkles in it. I don't know if you can see that. If the light catches it, you might. It's got sparkles in it. It's called opalescence. And then the ones that were with the animals on them, it's a bit crushed. I'm doing it on this blue. It's not, you can see the sparkle in that one. So yeah. So I haven't ironed it. I've just popped it in. The other one got ironed because I had to I had to cut the fabric for today. So yeah. Did you post a picture of the scarf yet? I have not been over there for a couple. I think Jess did. I have not. I didn't post last week, but it is here somewhere. I've got to get my. I'm going to get my. I've got a pink TBR cart that I use for craft. I've pulled everything off it to clean it. Give it a clean. I give it a clean at least every 6 weeks because it gets fluffy and all that sort of stuff. So this is all. I haven't done any since last week, so that's all I've got done in my scarf. So yeah, and I've got that left in the ball. So I'm thinking that is probably I'm probably gonna do like 4 of these, and that'll be enough. So yeah, which will be 4 balls of wool, and then I'll have enough to put a border on it because I'm actually going to put a border on it to make it a bit wider, and then I'm going to call it done. But I have seen some really nice cowls, scarves, whatever you want to call them. One of them was like it was a turtleneck, and it was split so you could throw it it was so weird. Like it went over your head like a turtleneck, but it had no body to it except 2 long strips. And you could put it over and you could put it up as a hat and stuff. It was so cool. And then, of course, I seen it on Facebook, and Facebook drives me mental when I'm scrolling. And basically, I went to click on it and it refreshed. And I'm like, 10 minutes. I'll never see that again. Yeah. Have no idea what it was called. Almost there. I feel so far away. Me too, right? Hey, Coda from Deb. Awesome. It looks great. Thank you. Yeah, I've been getting right into my cross stitch, just a couple of hours, and I haven't been on the weekends. I listen to a book, but during the week at night, I haven't been listening to a book. I have just been cat hair. I've been just taking that moment and being in the moment of cross stitching and just letting everything drain from me. And it's actually helping me go to sleep quicker and sleep deeper. So that's what I've been doing. As much as I've got all these books to read that I need to get on top of and all the rest of it, I'm not stressing myself about it. I used to be obsessed with corn thins when I was in high school and forgot how good they were. I feel my obsession kicking off again. I know. I get the multigrain ones, the plain ones. And there's another one, and there's ones here. I don't know if you'll be able to get them in New Zealand or not. You probably will if you've got them there. There's I like the multigrain ones because you get like the different flavors in it, but you might not be able to eat them with your crones and stuff like that. So, but yeah, I love them. And then there's ones that you can get where they got flavors on them as well. They're like a big disc of a chip. I think those are rice ones though. They like come in salt and vinegar, sour cream tries. I'm not watching as I'm walking past. I'm not looking because they are like my catnip. I get them and I sit there and I just eat the whole lot. And so I buy them very sparingly. The plain ones I buy all the time on that, but the flavored ones, I'm like, I'm not looking in the supermarket. I see the sparkles. Yeah, it's called opalescent, the fabric. And I didn't like stitching on opalescent. And this one is on an even weave. I did this one on an even weave. This one the next one I'm doing on a Ada fabric, which is the opalescent, and it's cute. It gives that little sparkle in the background. So I wonder how many people who don't follow you yet see the sprint title on their YouTube homepage and think double D's. Maybe. I didn't even think of that. Thanks, Coda. I've been using DDs forever and a day, and now I'm never going to unthink that. Damn it. I hate it when that happens. What happened? What did I do? I've forgotten what I've done. Coda, I know, right? Oh my God, yes, the flavor ones are so good. You could just eat them on their own. I know they are dangerous for sure. Whoever came up with that had to either were, I don't know. Anyway, I think that there may have been some substances involved to come up with that. Oh, let's just put this flavoring on there and see what happens. So yeah, I'll post a pic when I finish. Awesome. You're a shocker, dude. Like, years I've been using DDs. Now all my followers are going to go, oh, thank you. At least it's funny. And then when they come back and watch this, you should have a crochet event where you knit some over-the-shoulder holders just to see if anybody will be surprised. Oh, you're a shocker. My mum used to have to hide the packets when she bought them, or they'd be gone before lunch for that week. Yeah. I used to get them for my kids, and that they really liked them. And then I stopped getting them because I couldn't keep up with our habit. Essentially, I would have to buy 7 packets. So there was a packet there each day for everybody between me and the kids on that. So, like I said, they're like my catnip. So, yeah. All right. We are going to do we're going to do 3 45-minute sprints today. So for those that are here for the first time and don't know what a sprint is, this is where we're going to focus on getting some of our cross stitch, crochet, whatever craft you're into, concentrate on it to get them finished. And I'm going to keep showing that because I haven't done it for a while. So I'm going to move the camera. So this will be the last time you'll see me until the end of the sprints because I'll leave the camera overhead and you will get to see what I'm actually doing. And, of course, you'll be working on your own stuff. A little timer is going to pop up in the corner here. It's set for 45 minutes. Our mics will be muted. So you will not, occasionally I forget, but like last week, I must have scared the hell out of so many people last week. I swear I was muted and I sneezed and then apparently I wasn't muted. I think I scared the hell out of Monica. I know that Monica said didn't even realize you weren't muted until you sneezed. So yeah. So basically what will happen is the mics will get muted, so I won't be talking, but you'll get to see what I'm doing, and we're going to focus for 45 minutes on our craft. So if you're like, was it Carrie who was playing with scraps, you might spend that 45 minutes designing something or whatever the case may be. Or if you're like Monica who likes to do journaling, you might do some journaling. You might be having a lunch break if you're in New Zealand now, as Monica is, or you might be doing crocheting, or you might be doing diamond painting. It's any craft that you've got that you've been neglecting and you want to get into. This is a really good opportunity to do that. We do this every week. And basically we do 3 45-minute sprints. So we end up spending a little over an hour and a half. Well, actually a lot more than an hour and a half. So yeah, almost 2 hours focusing on our craft with breaks in between. So we'll have a 15-minute break when we come back, chit chat, catch up with everybody in the comments, and we make some really good progress. So you'll actually get to see how quick I stitch or how slow I stitch. I don't think I'm a quick stitcher, but a lot of people think I am. So I am about to start a new project. So I have a blank canvas, and we'll see how much I get done in the 3 45-minute sprints. All right, so I'm going to just be right back on the screen because I'm going to move the camera, and I don't want to make anybody sick, but I'm still here, so you should be still able to hear me talk. All right, let me just put this overlay, and then I'll move the camera. Yeah, because I don't want to make everybody sick when I move the camera. So let me just get everything in place, and then we can get stuck in. Now I just got to get the camera the right way is the trick of it, because you've got to rotate it. I'm pretty sure that is where it's supposed to be. Yes, it is. All right. This takes a little bit because the whole thing, everything shakes. The camera shakes, the table shakes. Everything shakes. Let me just, there we go. You should be able to see that. Bring that a bit closer. There we go. All right, let me just bring this off. A lot easier if you're not getting shook by everything. So I will have some light coming in. Might be a bit bright. It's got a bit of shadowing. So let me just... That'll have to do because this blows it out too much, and you can't really see what I'm doing. Well, maybe that might be all right. Let me just take this one off. Well, you can see the sparkle in that, that's for sure. All right, so that is where we're at with that, and I'll show you a closer look at this pattern that I'm doing. Where is it? I'll bring it up, and you should be able to see it pretty good now. If I put my camera there, just get that. So that is, I'm doing this one down here. That's the one I'm doing. I've just finished this one. So 'tis the season. So very cute. It's a very Christmassy. It's not going to take long. So they're 50 stitches across and 50 stitches down. And I know that I'll just wing it with the center because I know that so you can see they're not very big. So that, and I've already stitched that one in this. So I'm just going to sort of pick the center. I'm probably just going to start with the and go from there. Words do not take very long to do. Now all these stars are actually done with so you can see, I don't think you can see it very well. This is like a glitter metallic. It's called Krynic. And it's not fun to work with, but it's the first time I've actually really worked with it, and I figured out that if I do smaller pieces of thread, it doesn't unravel as much. And you can see I've got the beads in there. That's the first time I've done beading. I will obviously improve over time. I don't think there's any beads on this. Oh yeah, there is. There's a couple of beads on the baubles and stuff. So I will have some more beading and more Krynic to do. So this one's got a lot more Krynic in it. So all of the baubles have Krynic in it. The stars are all that glitter Krynic stuff. So what I learnt when doing this piece, it is better to get that Krynic in first before doing other stuff, because otherwise it drags on the threads. So for those that are cross stitches are probably wondering what I'm actually using. I'm using a CXC thread. It is the equivalent, the color matches to DMC. And yeah, so I've got the same numbers as DMC. I'm just using a different brand. This is what the Krynic looks like. So you can see there. It's very glittery, very metallic, very pain in the backside to use. So that can just stay there and whatnot. All right, I'm going to start the timer. Let me just move that out of the way for a second. Start the timer and mute the... let me just find... I'm going to pop this one up. And we'll be back in 45 minutes. So I can't wait to hear about all of your progress. Now, I won't be able to see the comments or anything because I'm on a different screen. But if you do join us, do drop in where you're working from, watching from, say hello to everybody. Sometimes people will still continue to talk in the comments. So happy sprinting, everybody, and I will see you on the other side of 45. All right, we're back. Pretty happy with that. I had a bit of fluffing around to do with threads and all that sort of stuff, but I got there in the end. Got a bit of a bird's nest happening on some of the threads that I was unspooling. But yeah, you can see there that it comes together quite quickly. So I probably started a little bit lower down, but that's okay. I've still got plenty of fabric if need be. So yeah, so that's where we're at. It's looking good so far. Doesn't look like much as you're doing it, but as you slowly go on, it looks a lot better. And yeah, so as you can see, I'm sort of, because I've got to go backwards and forwards. I'm doing a little bit of traveling, so I'm just doing half of the leg of the cross, and then I'll come back down, and then that way I won't waste any threads or anything like that. And these here are my waist threads, so these threads now are buried underneath, so when it comes time to it, I can snip them out and get rid of them. They might get covered up with other stuff. There's other stuff that comes in here as well. So for season is down here. So I just need to have a sip of coffee. How did everybody else go? I've made a hot mess. This is not the optimum place to be stitching. I'm used to spreading myself out. And yeah. Anyway, I've got stuff everywhere. And I was trying to get the light right because I need some light too, but I didn't want it to blow out. I think I've got it in the right spot now. And it's hard to see because I can't see the screen because I've got my magnifiers on. That's why I was saying I can't see the comments or anything like that. So, yeah. All right. Let me know how you went in the comments. I would love to frame my farmhouse Christmas. Yeah, depending how mine looks, I'll be in two minds about it. I've got enough fabric there to do a framing of it, but ultimately I think it's just going to end up being a cushion, to be honest. But I do think about framing my stuff. I mean, I've got enough wall space to do it. 12-foot ceilings, I can have at it. I started many cross stitches over the years and didn't finish any. Yeah, I'm a bit the same. That's why Chrissy was laughing before, like I've actually finished something. I bet you Chrissy had to pick herself up off the floor, though. Nina's also here. Hello, Nina. How are you? What are you working on today? Are you doing any cross stitch, or are you doing some other craft, or are you just chilling and reading a book? Because that is also acceptable as well. Christina's having supper. Egg, sausage, and cheese on everything bagels. Nice. It looks great. Thank you very much. I love it. Like, it keeps sort of focusing, hopefully that's not doing it too much as I'm moving and whatnot. It's just, I think because of the light, if I turn the light off, it probably will stop doing it. Oh, you can see the sparkle in it there. That looks pretty cool. You can see the sparkle in the it's called opalescent fabric. So, yeah. Emily says, I wasn't a very crafty sprint, but I did vacuum and do some laundry. Hey, that's productivity. That might not be craft productivity, but it's still craft productivity nonetheless. And Carrie got 5 strip sets done. Nice. We're playing with scraps today. Is that right? So, yeah, I do a lot of quilting as well. I do a lot of crafts. I do cross stitch. I do embroidery. I do English paper piecing. I do quilting, crochet, diamond painting. I often color as well. Like, there's lots of different little things I do. I don't know. I just like to keep my hands busy. So yeah. Packed away the food I cooked and hope to read 3 more chapters tonight. Excellent. They're long chapters, are they? Yeah, very long chapters. Sometimes they're great because you can just fall into the story. Other times it's like, no, not today. I think I'm going to read either Chasing the Wild at 54% or Ashes and the Starkest King at 5%. Awesome. I feel like I need a nap, but it's for 7:43 here. Yeah. That's a bit. I did that the other day. I had a nap, and it was only a 20-minute nap, but it was like it gave me my second wind, and I was awake still at 2:00 in the morning. So yeah, I don't normally have that happen to me if I have a nap. It doesn't matter what time. I usually can go back to sleep, but for some reason I couldn't the other day. And it's just like, yeah, I don't think I'll be doing that again. So yeah, I think I'll just try and stay awake. That's what I did last night. And I was having such a good sleep until the storm rolled through. And it's just like, really? Really? I was sleeping so nicely. Yeah, you are working with the scraps. Awesome. They're good long chapters, but the fatigue makes it hard. Yes. I can feel you on that today. Yeah. That. I'm sure I will be fine. I'll get a decent night's sleep. I don't think we're supposed to get any storms. Oh, shit. That's what I was supposed to do. Take the covers off the cars. Oops. Hopefully Brendan's driving past and you can do it. I'm just looking at my little bunnies that I did in 2020. How cute are they? My little happy haunting bunnies. This was a free chart from, I think it's Plum Street Samplers, actually. No, it's so cute. Let me just take the timer off for a second. They're so cute. A friend of mine finished this up for me. I now do my own finishing. But yeah, oh, that went blurry, didn't it? But yeah, they're so cute. It's a little family of witches. I have this up all year round. It doesn't just come out at Halloween. So yeah, and I've got little cross stitches everywhere. I don't have too many in here because I'm still working it all out. But there's one that I did in 2022. That's called Haystack Hayride. This one I finished myself and put some fluffies around the outside of it. It was a really nice one to stitch. It took me a little. See, I do finish things, and I also fully finish things as well. So I've got a little bit more comfortable now, fully finishing things. I was a little bit scared there for a while, like you put all this effort in, and then you go and you've got to make it into something, and it gets a little bit scary. But yeah, this is just yarn that I got from the local shop. I think it suits it really nicely. But yeah, that I did in 2022. I got lots of little different ones. Then next time I do a live stream like this, I'll make sure that I bring some extra ones to have a look at. And yeah. Christina's saying hello to Jean. I can't believe how well that sparkle picks up on the camera. That's awesome. Oh, my parcel is arriving today. What parcel is that? I have a parcel arriving today? I didn't know I ordered anything. It's weird. Oh, my pen for my iPad. That's arriving. I did order that. That was quick. I only ordered that 2 days ago. It's out for delivery. Awesome. That's cool. Hey guys, guess what? Time for the final half of the last divider. Nice. It's a decent length. That's excellent. Can't wait to see the pictures over in Discord. I love the color that you chose as well. It's very nice. Very nice indeed. That's yeah. I've got a very croaky voice today. I do feel like there's going to be a nap in my future today. Yeah, that's just 2 o'clock in the morning. It's just, yeah, it's just ridiculous. And you probably noticed, well, if you were watching the screen, you probably see me a couple of times reach across my pattern and pick up my little pen here. I'm using a app called Pattern Keeper. It's only available for Android, but I can show you because you can't tell. It has the chart on it, so I can just mark it off. And yeah, so I just have my phone sitting up on my stand here, and my tabletop stand, and basically I just mark it off as I go. So yeah, it makes it nice and easy, and it's really easy to see the graph as well, so you can count a lot easier as well. I love it. I love that a lot of the patterns go into it now. So yeah. I finished 2 rows of zigzag. These look really cool. Okay, so they're bigger. Yeah, I think if I had my time again, I'd probably do a bigger hook too, to be honest. I mean, I'm liking it. And is the drape better with the bigger hook as well? because I probably will make it again because it's a pretty easy scarf to make once you get the hang of it. And whatnot. I haven't seen Rhea around for a couple of days. So I wonder how she was going with it because she was having a bit of trouble with it. I'll have to check in with her and whatnot. All right, let us go back up to the timer and bring that back up. We are going to go for another sprint. So we just have a little bit of a chatty bit. So again, we're going to focus on our stitching or whatever we're working on, quilting, crafting, all the things, and we will be back in 45 minutes. Oh, I just stabbed myself. That was not pleasant. We will be back in 45 minutes to check in again and see how we've all gone. All right, let me mute this, and I will see you all in a little bit. Right, so we're back. That 45 minutes went super quick, but you can already see the words. So yeah, it's coming together quite nicely. This is a lot smaller too. I forgot to tell you that I'm not doing this on 14 count. I'm pretty sure it's 18 count. So it's going to be smaller, which means that you can see that this is the word, and basically we've got some ornaments over here and some stars around it, and then we've got season across the bottom, and then there's like a checkerboard in amongst that. So it's a lot smaller. So the 18 count, which is a equivalent of a 36 count on even weave, makes it a lot smaller than the 14 count. So you can see there the comparison. Like this is on 14 count, this one, the Holly Jolly. Let me just move that out of the way. But yeah, you can see there the Holly Jolly is a lot bigger in comparison. So yeah. I like it. I tend to like my cross stitch to be really small, which means that I'm working on higher count fabrics. The smallest that I've got is, even though it doesn't sound small, a 46 count, which is one strand over one that I'm doing, and it is tiny as I'm doing a series of houses from Peppermint Lane. I think it's called Peppermint Lane, but I can't remember the name of the designer, and I don't have it with me right now. Excuse me. But it's going to be tiny, so I'll be able to get a nice size frame for it. I'm going to do it. There's 9, I believe, in the series. So I'm going to do that as a framed piece, which will probably stay up on my wall all year round because, yeah, it's got Christmas stuff in it. But majority of it is like the cookie store and all that sort of stuff. So I think, Chrissy, if you're still here, you're doing that too, aren't you? But you're not doing it on 46 count. You're not a crazy lady like I am. So yeah, but this is actually stitching up pretty quickly. Like, I started like I've done in excess of 200 stitches. So let me just. I'll tell you exactly how many I've done because this counts your stitches for you. So I started at 289. I'm currently sitting on 543. So 543 minus 289. I've done 254 stitches in an hour and a half. So that's not too bad. That's pretty good. I'm happy with that. Can't complain about that at all. So, yeah. And so I've just got the bottom part in the dark green to do for this. And then I'll be moving on to season, which is in reds by the looks of it. Let me just have a look. Yeah. So, yeah, I don't have a lot to go. There's just there's some ornaments over here. Let me just bring up the PDF again. So you can see I've only got some ornaments over here to do. And you can see the lettering doesn't take long to do. It goes really quick. What will take the longest is working with the Krynic because you've got to go slower on that. So, yeah, I will get pretty close to getting, I'll get the T finished and I'll probably get the S and the E done in the next session. So I'm going to be working on this again tonight because regardless of whether I work on it during the day or not, it always gets 2 hours at night. So I'll probably get the words and everything done this afternoon, tonight, which will be good. So it'll be interesting to see how far I get in the next session because, yeah, I reckon I'm going to get this done in 2 sittings. I started it today. I'll end up putting like that because I think that there's only let me just go back to the chart itself. Okay, so overall, because the 2 charts are in one chart, so this counts how many stitches there are. It says I'm at 61.82% right now. There's 2,000 326 stitches. I have done so far with both Holly Jolly and this, I've done 1,438 stitches. So I still have around about, let's say 900 stitches left to go. Okay, 850, 900 at a guesstimate. So if I do another couple of hundred tonight and then do some more tomorrow night, which is my Friday night stitching session, I generally get a fair bit done. Not as much, but I get a bit done there. And then I've got Saturday and Sunday. I'm going to go out on a limb and say this will probably be done by Saturday. If not tomorrow, because 2 hours tonight, and then I might end up finishing it tomorrow. But I've got to go early to bed tomorrow because I'm getting up at 5 o'clock in the morning on Saturday to drive. So yeah, I don't know whether I'll get it finished tomorrow night, but it might just mean on Saturday that I just have to do the beads. So I'll take the beads. I'll take this with me and take the beads with me and do the beading, because the beading won't take long. But yeah, I might get 2 finishes done this week. Oh my God. That's wild. That is like so not me. And then if I've still got time, I'll start another one. So I've got one ready for the next rotation. So that's exciting. So it's sort of spurring me on getting that finish, because I wanted to keep stitching this morning, but I knew I had to go down and lay down for an hour. Otherwise, you wouldn't have had me here at all today. So yeah, I'm happy with that. That is coming across really nicely. I might actually just put a bit of the cry neck in, because I've got 2 stars above this, so I might actually put some cry neck in. You can see how disgusting it is to work with. If I've got time, I might not. I'll see how I go. Well, I will, because this is not going to take long, and I'll get those stars in. What have I got? I've got 3 stars I can get in across the top here, so I might get those in. And then there's one down here as well, so I'll get that in. So yeah, I might just work this part, and then I'll come on this part and come into season. So yeah, it looks like I'm going to get a fair chunk done today. That's awesome. I mean, I have been known to be like obsessed with a chart and just sit and do it. This was one of them. This one here, like I did that in 2 sittings, and I did the majority of it in 1 sitting. So yeah, but it's kind of, I like the size of this, so I'm glad that I've decided to go for the rest. And it's got, like, these are 8.5-inch squares I've got in here of fabric, so it's going to give me enough room to play with when it comes to finishing. I mean, realistically, did I need that much fabric? And I probably could have stitched this in hand or in a smaller hoop, but I'm happy with it. I'll see what this finishes at, because the rest of them are all in this size, because I've only got the 1 size in the opalescence. I do have some smaller hoops, so I might be able to. But still, that gives me enough room. Like, I can do something with it. I don't have to worry about being skimpy with the but I like the size of it. So it's probably going to be about 4 inches when it's done. So they're cute. All right, let's have a look and see how you all went. I forgot to star. I think we are here. Okay, let's see. I sat outside for a bit while it was still sunny. Fed Lucy a bone and 2 carrots. I got the cats treats and watered some plants. And this sprint, I'm going to go and have a shower. Nice. It does feel like it, Nicole. I have to get a couple more rows to see. Oh, so it's got a better drape. That's awesome. Let me just move that over a bit. But I have to get some on his paper mache first. I'll get some stuff done on the paper mache project. Awesome. And stupid keyboard. Anyway, my pet hate with any yarn project is weaving in the ends, and I have a ton of them. Oh no. Got a delivery, my new desk, and almost passed out trying to bring the boxes inside. Oh my God, it was so heavy. My poor back. Oh my god. Monica, be careful. Are you okay? And you're not well today either. Oh, honey, you need a break. Go get a Kit Kat. Sit down, have a cup of tea. Oh, dear me. I hate it when you got to move stuff and you're on your own and you know you've got to get it in. You use your whole body to do everything. Oh. On row 8 of the zigzags, the son got first a layer done of his new project. Awesome. Carrie finished some more strip sets and now pressing them. Excellent. Making nice progress. How do you like this, Carrie? Because I think this is the first time I've seen you here, maybe the second time. That it's really good to just know that everybody is just focusing on their crafts, and then you come back and have a bit of a chit chat, have a bit of a break, and so pretty. Thanks, Jean. Didn't even get in the shower yet. 45 minutes, be no time at all. Christina finished a row 9. Awesome. Husband is going to deal with the boxes now. I'm done. That's fair. That is fair enough. I'm actually really enjoying myself today getting this done. Thanks, friends, for being here. I really do appreciate it. And if you've been lurking in the background and you haven't subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button, and then you can hang out with us as well. Each Thursday we do this, and we have a lot of fun getting stuff done. I am really liking how this is looking. I'm so glad that I decided to go. I wasn't going to do the remainder of them because this was a little bit of scrap fabric that I had that was in the opalescence. That's why it's a different, like it's 28 count, which is the equivalent to 14 count. But I'm glad that I got the opalescent in because I'm not a huge fan. Because there's been some that I've got, and I think it might have been the brand, whereas the little glitter bits were like where the holes were. So a couple of times you probably see me push it a little bit harder. That's because there's a little bit of glitter there. And it's, the glitter doesn't come off either. And I think it just looks so cute. So the reason that I'm doing a lot of these ornaments and all the rest of it is because the lovely Jean actually said to me, I would have thought you had more when I showed my Christmas tree. I thought you would have had more cross-stitch stuff on it. So it got me to thinking that I possibly could do some of these. And now that they're going to be a lot smaller, I'm going to do a lot of little bits and pieces this year for ornaments. And I'm going to get them all together. And then I will be able to put a Christmas tree up in the sewing room that will have all cross-stitch on it. Actually, I might actually put it in here, a little small one with cross-stitch ones on it. And then I could do a combination of patchwork and cross-stitch for a tree out in the studio. So, yeah, that is the plan. And that's inspiration by Jean on that. Because, I moved my dough bowl. I used to have my dough bowl out in the sewing room. I moved it into the lounge room, and I've put all my little pillows in that now. So, except for the one that I showed you a bit earlier, but because I'm using it it's quite heavy. I'm using it as a bookend. So I'm got all my little cushions and biscornus and all that sort of stuff in my dough bowls now. So, and I'm looking at getting a new TV cabinet that has some shelving on it that I can have like display. And if not, what I'm going to do is get some smaller bookshelves in the Billy range in the brown, because that will match the cabinet that I already have. But I'm going to use them as display shelves, not bookshelves. I'm actually just thinking about that. I'm having a bit of a chuckle to myself. I'm like, maybe their books will end up on there, but they won't. But I need somewhere to display stuff. So, yeah, I think that's what I've got to do. And the cabinet that I've got the dough bowl on, which is really long, like it's almost 60 centimeters long and about 30 centimeters wide, that holds a lot. I've got and then I'm going to do a series of little strawberries and all that sort of stuff. I'm in the process of designing them up and everything. So yeah. And then I'll get them onto my Patreon. So yeah, I've been here before, but it's been a while. Yeah, I thought I recognized your name. I wasn't 100% sure. But I'm so glad that you decided to join us tonight. And are you feeling productive, Carrie? Feel like you're getting some work done tonight? Because sometimes we can go into our sewing rooms. I know for me, I can go into my sewing room, and it feels like I've just spun around in circles for hours and got nothing done. So I really like doing this because it makes me focus, and then we have that break, and then we get back into it again. We are spoiled with the 90 minutes, aren't we, Coda? Yeah. I like the 90 minutes as well. Crafting, I don't like the 90 minutes. I prefer the shorter burst because it gives my eyes a rest. It gives my hands a rest. And that's why I do 45 minutes here. It is a super loose, and I have to keep pulling it so it doesn't snag. Man, okay, so that's interesting. We'll post a progress picture tonight when I'm done. No worries, hun. I'd love to see it. Yeah, I'm going to be. I know that my stitching buddies are like. I've got a feeling that Gail might be watching in the background. I reckon they're going to have to pick themselves up off the floor when they see, especially if this is close to a finish tomorrow. That's so yeah. I've been spinning most of the day, but now I'm getting stuff done. Yeah, I get like that too. And that's why I like doing these. I don't tend to do much craft because I do the bookish ones as well over on my book channel, but I don't tend to do much craft in the bookish ones. But I don't know, this week I'm just been feeling it, wanting to get out there and craft and all that sort of stuff. So I've spent a lot of time out in the studio this week, which is absolutely fabulous. All right, we have got to the end of the comments. Let me just bring up the timer again and to stage. There we go. We're going to do our last 45 minutes. So this will be the last sprint. So do hang around to the end for today's wrap up. Let me just find where it is. There it is. All right, so this will be our last sprint. We will be back again when the timer ends for a wrap up. And then, of course, we'll be back next Thursday at 9 a.m. Australian Eastern Standard. If you're in the Northern Hemisphere, that is Wednesday evening, 6 p.m. Eastern. I'll let you all do the rest of the math on that one. But yeah, so we're going to start the timer again for our last sprint, and I will see you on the other side of 45 minutes. Happy sprinting, everyone. Okay, we're back. Another 45 minutes done. I got a lot of the chronic in, so you can see that I got all the stars, and I just got one more star to do over here. This is a bauble that's going in here, I think. I'm not entirely sure. Yeah, it is. It's a ornament. So that's the top of the ornament, and then this is a little bit of the chronic in it, and that'll be two different types of red. There's a bit of green off the side as well, with looks like what it's got holly on it. So yeah. All right. Now, let me just have a look and see how our session went today. That's a lot of stitches in there. It's stitching up super quick. Like, I'm really impressed with how quick it's stitching up. So let me just go back here. So 651 minus 289. I got 362 stitches in the last, what is that, 2 and a bit hours. So that's not too bad. It's pretty good. I have a total of, because I stitched this morning, it does a cumulative total from midnight to midnight. So far today, I have got 651 stitches in. Granted, I was up at 3 o'clock in the morning on that. All right, I'm just going to bring up the camera, and yeah, let me just bring this up. I'm just going to move the camera, so I'm going to put the Be Right Back up, and yeah. Oh, upside down. Try that again. Don't think you want to see me upside down, do you? No, I don't think you do either. All right. Let me just take that off, and there we go. I'm back. All right, let me get rid of that. That is really bright. Don't need it that bright, right? All right. So that was a good session today. So what's that? An hour and a half. And another 30 minutes, 2 hours and 15 minutes, 365 stitches in. That's not too bad. And a lot of chronic done, so I won't have a lot left. There is actually quite a bit of chronic in this one. I was just having a look before. Yeah, a lot of the ornaments have chronic in it this time. So I've still got 2 more stars to go and 3 ornaments to put chronic in. And then that's it. And there's not as many beads in this one. There's a couple on the ornaments, but then there's a line of beads in season. So I will have to put that up. But it's been a great session. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Let's have a look and see how you all went. Let me just have a look. Geez, you were very, very chatty. Let me just have a look. Coda says, "I spun around in circles, got nothing done." It's going to be the title of my memoir. It's probably mine too, to be honest. Photos are in Discord from Jess for the scarf. Awesome. First one finished. I've got a long way to go. I did pull mine out and restarted it, and so is Christina, but I'm really happy with how it's turning out now. So yeah. Now I've got to move all this back out to the front. This is not the most comfortable place to sit either, to stitch. If I had my big frame, it would be because I could sit back with the tabletop. I've sort of got to sit forward because of the camera and stuff. So the 45 minutes is a nice amount of time because my back starts to get a little bit tender across the shoulders at the 45-minute mark. So, yeah. So basically, I'll go and stretch out a little bit and whatnot. So YouTube paused the stream randomly, so I missed the chatty bit. It's been doing that occasionally for the last few months for people. No clue why. Yeah, there's a couple of people have said that they've missed chatty bits because it's just randomly paused. That so. I was about to post. Wow, those scissors look like lifelike. That's some cool thread. And then I steady stared at the sharp end and I'm, that's not thread. Then Nicole moves. The scissors, yep. They're tiny little scissors. They're about 2 inches, see? They're just enough to snip the blade. These are getting a bit dull. I'll have to order some more. I like them because they're small enough to put in things. I'd like it if they had a cap over them so I can use them when I'm traveling, but I just put them. I don't want to lose them, so yeah. I'm getting in the shower. I'm not even drinking, dude. I had a coffee. You're just having some fun over there by yourself, right? Had a coffee, had some yogurt with honey. That's as far as I got, and now I need to go back to bed. Yeah, it sounds like you need to rest up some more. My day got away from me. I got a few stitches in. Thanks for the sprints. I'm really surprised that I got 360 or whatever it was stitches in. That's wild. I haven't counted stitches, 62 stitches. I haven't counted stitches in a while, and it still blows me away that in such a short amount of time that I can get that amount in. So I'm pretty happy with it. That one went by fastest of all. It did, right? I looked up and I'm like, oh my God, there's only 10 minutes left. Like, where did that time go? But when you're concentrating on chronic, it drags through. And that's why I'm doing it now, because I made the mistake of doing it after I put the stitches in the first one. And I've not worked with it before. So I'm like, yeah, I won't be doing that again. I'll be putting the chronic in first before I put any floss in, because this is also a thicker floss than DMC as well. It's got a really nice coverage. Yeah, so I'm happy with what I've got done today. Let me go. Finish something, and about probably about, I don't know, a third of the way through a second chart. I reckon I'm going to end up starting another one. Like, who am I? Still not in the shower? Of course not. The chatty bits, all three, are not aligned at all today. Oh, yeah, because you're sprint hopping, because Nell's also sprinting as well. I didn't see Jamie here today. Normally Jamie pops in as well. So, yeah. Perfect. Missed the last chatty bit because I was making a dinner, and I'm only just now sitting down with my knitting and a book. A time to knit the heel of the sock. Well, that was our last sprint for us today. I'm still exhausted, but I got a chapter read at 56%. Thank you for the sprints. Thanks for being here. Today was an office day. Yeah, that always makes you really tired, Jean. You're always a bit knocked out after that. It's coming over cloudy. You might get some more rain. On row 19 of the zigzags, nice, making good progress there. Is it a lot easier with the bigger hook, I'm assuming? I could probably take that off now because we're not muted anymore, right? Don't believe Akota ever got in the shower. No, I didn't. Definitely more flexibility this time. Yep, cool. Feels so much better than not like a placemat. Yeah, it is a bit stiff. Like, I'm wondering, like, after a bit of use, whether it'll get a bit softer. I'm not too sure. So, yeah, I don't know. I just think it. Yeah, I don't think the advice, like, it's a great tutorial, but I don't think the advice on the hook was the right advice, to be honest. But I mean, if you're going for that sort of stiff feel, I mean, it'd be okay. My chances of getting in the shower just improved by 33.3. No, I'm not going back to teaching. The only way I'll do teaching, any sort of teaching, will be in and hello, Chris, how are you? I didn't realize you were here. The only way that I would go back to teaching is if I opened up my own shop. And the chances of that happening is slim. I don't think I want to people. It's quite interesting because I don't mind being around people if I'm in a teaching setting, but as the years tick on, the less I want to be around people. I like socializing with my friends, catching up with my friends, catching up with everybody, but to actually be in a job setting where I'm with people all the time, I just don't think I want to do it. My husband struggles with it on a daily basis. It makes me just less and less. And people are just getting nastier and nastier in that setting. Like, you can't even go down to the supermarket these days without someone doing a Karen. And it's just like, so yeah, and I'm the same. Like, I am very much an introvert. Savannah and I can be in this house together for days on end and not speak to each other. That because we're both introverts, and when we go out into public, it's exhausting. That because, and she's a bit of an empath as well, so I've got to also, and then I've got to sort of shield her from all that because she doesn't deal very well, and so because she's still learning how to deal with that, and it's just exhausting, and yeah, and I'm not an extrovert by any means, stretch of the imagination. Get a gutful of booze into me, and I'm an extrovert from way back. But I just, yeah, I just don't think I can do it anymore. And like the last 2 times that I was in a teaching setting, it wasn't the greatest experience either. Because I don't have a central hub, I sort of floated around a little bit. It just wasn't a great experience. And I've set up my house now that I can't do classes here. That because I just didn't want to do it. I didn't want to make myself unhappy by doing that. So I really like doing tutorials on here for YouTube and everything like that. So I'm going back to that. That'll keep my teaching portfolio open and whatnot. But in person, not so much until people calm the hell down. So yeah, it's just, it's hard. And with Savannah, like when we go out together, just, yeah, being an empath, and I'm also a little bit empathetic as well, but I've learned over the years to put walls up to stop it from coming in and getting all negative and all the rest of it. So she has a lot of crystals on her and all that sort of stuff to help her, and she helps me in the teaching setting as well. So it's even more exhausting for me because I'm shielding her, shielding myself, shielding other people that might be working with me as well, and it's a lot. And so when I do retreats and stuff like that, I do them from Friday afternoon to Monday morning, which essentially is Friday morning to Monday afternoon, and 3 of those days I have people around me. And so I get home and I have to sleep for a week. So yeah, like just to recuperate it from it. And so, and Savannah comes home and she sleeps as well because she's getting better at putting her shields up and protecting herself and all that sort of stuff. But yeah, I just can't do it, I don't think. I remember to hydrate. Thank you for the reminder, and the laundry and the subs and the likes and all the things. This is the link for next week's sprint. So hit that notify me, and that way you will get a notification. Hello to Chris. Hello, Christina. I'm an introvert pretending to be an extrovert in the office, so I'm on all day. Yeah, and it's exhausting. And Monica says the same as well. And I think that's like, I like the sprints because I don't have to talk the whole time. Because I can take that moment and just zone out. Like on Thursdays, I don't listen to books on Thursdays. I've made that a blanket rule. I don't, like, I'll read with my eyeballs or whatever, but I don't listen to any books on Thursdays. Thursdays is a quiet day for me. So no sounds coming in, probably no TV. So I'm probably going to keep stitching today. I might do a little bit of crochet. I am definitely taking a nap. In about an hour, I'm going to have some lunch and take a nap for an hour. Because yeah, Mother Nature had other plans for me today. So yeah. Well, my yarn says to use a 5.5. A 6.5 was too small still, and a 10 seems to be good. So when she says go up 0.5, I think she meant 2 times. Maybe she did. Hello, Chris. How is the organization of Depression Readathon going? Just says on all accounts, empath and introvert. Yep. Doing a carrot. A Karen. Doing a Karen, I said. Sorry. Not going so well. Can't find anybody that... I feel like you need to offer therapy to go along with that co-host. Let's try a track of the conversation. When I looked up the TV, he had locked eyes on Christina's, and I missed yarn and read. Mine says use of 5.5, and I had to reread it. I'm an extrovert most of the time, but I also have a leave me the hell alone attitude at times. Yeah. If you want to hang out with Nicole tomorrow, come on over to Dusty Book Sniffers, and we do long sprints over there. We do 90-minute sprints. It's a great way to do crafting and stuff like that. I have done some crafting and stuff in my bookish ones and whatnot. Tomorrow I'll be reading Beautiful Creatures. I think tonight I probably will finish my night. I didn't start my day with any reading, but I will finish my night with a Wilkie Collins book, and I'm really enjoying it. I actually really like Wilkie Collins' writing. Who knew that I could get right into Victorian literature? So, yeah. But anyway, that is it from me today. Let me just make sure that I have the right... no, I don't. Let me just remove that one. Add the right outro. Because I've got to... I need to just create another folder for DDs and then Dusties. That's what I need to do. So I'm going to bid everybody a farewell. So yeah. What? No, you're yanking my chain, Chris. There's no way. Are you for real? Like, no, I did not see where trespass. I want to see that link. Oh, did you see it? I sent you an email the other day, hun. I don't know if you got it or not. Let me know. No, I did not see this where it won the European Award for Romance Novel of the Year. I had a giggle because I thought of you. That is not seriously. I suppose there is a higher element of romance and infidelity in there, adultery. So, oh my goodness, I hated that book so much. And to be fair, I can't even remember what the book was about. I'll have to go back and watch my review because I didn't like it. I've just pushed it out of my mind, and so yeah. But every time you bring it up, I'm like, that damn book is on my shelf. I'm going to get a hate shelf, and I'm going to do some fancy decorations. The books I hated. So A Little Life will be on there, because that's on my shelf because it's a women's prize for fiction winner. Like shortlisted books. So yeah. Thanks for thinking of me though. Just started row 20. Woohoo! Gosh, you're catching up. I'll have to get my finger out and do some on the weekend on that. So yeah, I might do that on Sunday. I do have a cross stitch that I've got to set up. My red dragon. I'm going to set that up in the lounge room and on my throne chair. And yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do. So I'll leave that set up there, and then that way I can just sit down and do some when I want to, even if it's only 10 or 15. Hate shelf fully. There's a few books on my shelf that I'm like, marriage portrait. Funny enough, most of them are women's prize for fiction. So there's Enter Ghost, marriage portrait, A Little Life, Trespassers. Glory is not on my shelf because it did not make the shortlist. So yeah. Don't forget marriage portrait and Enter Ghost. Yeah. On row 21 or Cursed Bread. I don't have Cursed Bread. Well, did that make the shortlist? Oh, that's right. It was on back order, so I don't actually have it on my shelf. Pod. Maybe I should just have the women's prize for fiction hate shelf because most of them are yeah, so yeah. If you chat a bit longer, I'll be done what I wanted today. All right, I'll chat a bit longer for you so you get what you need to get done. Cursed Bread didn't make the shortlist. No, I didn't think it was. I got rid of all my hate books. The only reason I've got rid of hate books as well, but the only reason those books are still on my shelf is because they have been shortlisted for the Women's Prize for Fiction each year. Like, because I'm starting to collect them. I've got to try and find them. I did notice that the very first winner was on Amazon the other day. So maybe because it's coming up to 30 years, some of these books are getting revamped and all that sort of stuff. 13 Reasons Why is one that you didn't like. 13, what was it? Song of Songbirds and Who Gives Up. Let's chat so Chris, you can finish. So yeah, yeah, I'm sure that there's probably a few more books on here that I didn't really like that much. I don't get rid of books because, I mean, Catcher in the Rye is still on my shelf, and I did not like that either. Oh yeah, that's quite interesting. The Blue Beautiful World was one that you loved to hate. Yes, that is that one as well. That didn't make the shortlist though. So, there's been a few in the Women's Prize for Fiction that I'm like, what the? And I didn't really like Demon Copperhead, but I think that's because everybody was saying that it was to David Copperfield. Do I have that? I don't think I've got that one. No, I don't have that one. I have not read that yet. And I think I felt like the whole time I was reading that, like I felt like that Demon Copperhead was way too long. Yeah. I feel like it was way too long. It could have been cut down by about 200 or 300 pages and still had the same impact. The general story was okay. It just wasn't, I kept falling asleep, to be honest, because I was listening. I've got that one on audiobook and I was listening to it and I kept falling asleep. And I'm like, this is not a good book. And then I sort of done some immersive reading with it, and that did not help. I still fell asleep. But I don't know whether it was because I was tired because of the neighbours keeping me up all the time. And at that point, it had been almost like 2 years of them doing it, and I was very sleep deprived. So, yeah. It's quite interesting. All right, I've lost where I was up to. So about the weather today, my weather, it seems like it's a bit windy out there at the moment. So I've got the windows closed because I've got the aircon on, so I can't hear what's going on. The one about the firefighter, I think it was a firefighter. I actually deleted that off my Kindle because that was on my Kindle. I'm pretty sure I deleted it. I've thought about it. I may not have done it. I did not care how many cups of coffee you drank. Like, if you're going to write a memoir, yeah, you can say, coffee number 10 and move on. I don't need the description of it. But then, in the light of the fires and everything that are happening in LA, maybe I should have read it because I might have had a better understanding of what you deal with over there. Oh wait, I still have a digital copy. I'm the same. I'll make a Kindle hate shelf. Yeah. I'm reading Girl with a Pearl Earring this month for a workbook club. Nice. Also heard back from the author, Alka, and that was part of our workbook club meeting in December. She said when we read her next book, she will attend the meeting again. Oh, that's so cool. That's awesome, Jean. Which of the books, the hate books, would you least want to reread? Enter Ghost. I definitely never want to reread that again. I would reread Pod if I had to, like if you held a gun to my head and it was a life and death situation, I would probably read it. Oh, like, I don't know. I definitely don't want to read Trespassers again. I'm sort of a bit dirty that Ordinary Life didn't get up, because that was pretty good for an Irish book. I don't normally gel, as you know, with the Irish authors and all that sort of stuff, but I'm starting to appreciate them a little bit more, because there are more that are coming out that aren't necessarily just wrapped up in all the troubles and woes of Ireland. And I get it, like they're drawing on their society and their experience, and write what you know. Okay, so I get that, but I feel like they start to bleed into one another after a while. But I feel like there's been a bit of a turning point lately, because I have read a couple of Irish authors, and they've been pretty good. And that Ordinary Life, I think it was, or Ordinary Day, or whatever it was, The Ordinary. Yeah, I know it had ordinary in it. That was really good. I enjoyed that. I think that was well executed. And, considering the heavy topic that it was talking about and all the rest of it. And I was sort of a bit dirty that didn't get up into the top top six, whatever it is. I do read the Women's Prize for Fiction. You think I'd know about it a bit more, right? So, yeah. Okay, done with the zigzags, now onto the transition road, but I'll have to go remember how. That's fun, Jean. You were traumatized by I would never read that again. That I'm just going on the short list. I don't think I could ever. The only way that I would read the witty book of 8 Lives of a Century-Old Trickster, and just for those watching at home that may think about picking this book up, it is not witty. It is traumatizing. Like, there is some graphic scenes in it that, so yeah, I would probably reread that again if I was doing that as an assignment of why this book is not witty. And I would annotate the crap out of that book, and I don't annotate. All of the mango pieces in my cut fruit dish were either too close to the rind or super unripe. The strawberries, blueberries are flavorless mush. Oh, though. That sucks. You got to go and buy your own fruit so you can you can feel if it's ripe and stuff. As much as I liked Pod, I'm not sure I could go through all of that sea life trauma again. Yeah, it was rough. It was. That's it. Ordinary human failings. I don't know. What did you think of that, Chris? I thought that was well executed. For the record, I was not saying the book was witty. Nicole and I were baffled. The judges called it a witty book. Yeah, because the judges said it was a witty book. And I'm like, both me and Chris got to the end of that and went, did we miss something? This is not witty. And I read that on a Wednesday stream on Dusty Book Sniffers, and I dragged poor Neva along for the ride. And we've both often said that she needs to mark that as a red book, because she went through the trauma that I did, because it was quite descriptive. Because I knew that she was never going to read it, so I could spoil the hell out of it. Yeah, I'm sorry about your fruit as well, Coda. That sucks when that happens. I actually made a strawberry chia pudding last night. That's there for dessert tonight, so I'm looking forward to that. It's a recipe. I didn't have any vanilla, but I don't really care, because the strawberries, it's fresh strawberries and chia and almond milk, and you let it set in the fridge. You top it with yogurt. I'm not having the yogurt though, because the yogurt was $10 a tub. So, yeah. Ordinary Human Families was excellent. Yes, it was excellent. I think I even said that, I really enjoyed it, and I was quite surprised, because I was a bit skeptical when I went in, because it was an Irish author, and I'm like, I don't gel. I've not gelled with any of the Irish authors that have been on the Women's Prize for Fiction. Their books have been okay. It's just same topic all the time, and I don't do well with adultery, because it's a hard line for me in my real life. I just don't like it. I don't like. It's not that I don't care if it's in a book. I just hate it when it's like the highlighted topic, and these people and I know it's a fiction, but these people think it's okay to do this. It's not. You wreck so many people by doing it, and that's what I struggle to get past. It's not a trigger or anything. I just don't like reading about it, because there are many books that I have read where it's been in it, but it's not the highlighted theme of it. So yeah. Eight Lies of a Century-Old Trickster. I can't even remember the name of the author because I have blocked that book out. Like, I don't get triggered by it much, but whew, there was some stuff in there, especially around the Second World War when they had them. The Japanese soldiers had the women, using them as sex slaves, essentially, and the things that were happening to them, and the description that the author went to in where they had been sexually abused by so many men that they were bruised, and they were just shooting them up with heroin so they could keep going, and they didn't complain. And it was just like the graphic nature of that. And I'm glossing over it. Okay? I'm glossing over it. You're all sitting there and I'm going, I'm glossing over it. And the judges called this a witty book. I'm like, did they only read the first chapter or the first paragraph? Because that's about the only wit that was in there, where the old lady turned around and said to the obituarist that I need more than just 3 words to sum up my life. That's about as witty as it got. I imagine she said it with some sass, but even then, that was a stretch. I cannot think of who the author is. Let me just look it up. 8 Lives of a Century. Mirinae Lee, it is. Mirinae Lee. Hectic book. I think it's supposed to be OHF coda. I don't know what that is. That's why I'm getting it from Wally instead of the supermarket, Christina. Okay, cool. This is I would recommend Maiden to everybody. Such a good book. I agree, 100%. It got an honorary mention in my and this was a debut novel by this author as well. It was brilliant. Kate Foster is the author. I highly recommend this one. It got an honorary mention in the best books because it needed to be there. So yeah, Wally is not the best farmer. It's like calling a Little Life a light comedy. Women's Prize judges this year were ridiculous. Well, last year now, but were ridiculous how they described the books. In Defense of the Act was another good one. Yes, it was. Found it. Oh, Ordinary Human Failings. Yes. I can't remember who the author was. Megan someone. But yeah, it's really good. It's a snapshot of I guess of a life of an alcoholic, and also a snapshot of, dirt poor people and how society treats them and stuff like that. And it was just really well done. There was a girl that went missing, and this family is the target of all the speculation and stuff like that. And it was just really well executed. I am not doing this book any justice because it's been a hot minute since I read it, but I remember really enjoying it. If you want to know about it, you just go and check out my playlist, and go and check out my playlist because I talk about the book in quite depth in there without giving too many spoilers away. I just really appreciated that. It was like the author went, you know what? I am not going to write a book like every other author out there in my country. And they wrote something that was genuine, true to the point on different things. The emotion came through in the book. It was just a really well executed book. And I don't think you'll often hear me say that about Irish authors. It'll be rare. That's for sure. Kay recommends Kate Foster's next book, as she just posted it on Instagram. KW, you're talking about? Yeah. Kay loved Maiden as well. I think Chris, Kay, and I are like real big advocates for Kate Foster to keep writing because, wow, really good. I may read it one day. I'll borrow it. Yeah. The King's Witches is excellent. I reviewed it for NetGalley months ago. A first rate. Yes, it is on my list to read after the Women's Prize for Fiction, just in case it's if it's not on there. I'm planning. If I've got time, I'm going to try and read it beforehand. But yeah, I actually, I should just put that on my list to read, because I've got a feeling that might end up being on the list, on the long list, because I think I need to do that. Nicole and I agree on a lot of the Women's Prize books this year, except for Western Lane. That was our major disagreement. Fucking sucky book. I just didn't care. I don't know. Maybe if I had have read it earlier in the piece instead of later, I might have had a better appreciation for it. But I don't think so. I just think that it just wasn't a me book. Like, I just didn't care. I'm not a sporty person, so if something's like, I know that there was grief in there and all that sort of stuff, and all that stuff was top notch. Like, I get that, but the whole just doing the whole sport around the sport thing, I just didn't care on that. And I'm like, am I supposed to be caring? I know that I can be cold-hearted sometimes, and I often think to myself, maybe this is because my best mate, Michelle, that I've known since I was 14, she says that I have an autistic heart. That there's a clump of ice in there. I don't think there is. But anyway, yeah. So there's that. And sometimes I think, I don't get the nuances of stories when when there's supposed to be the care factor there, and I think that maybe it's me and it's not actually the book. But when I think back about that book, I just didn't care. If I don't care, I can't say that I like the book. So there's that. And all the rest of it. But anyway, totally got. I'm assuming now that Christina has actually finished her row, and will probably finish the divider row at this rate as well. But I will be back tomorrow over on Dusty Book Sniffers with Coda for some reading sprints, where we will be reading all the books and all the things. I will be reading Beautiful Creatures, and then I'll be also moving on to a NetGalley book tomorrow. So there's that. I was stunned that I adored a book about squash, the sport, not the food. I don't adore squash. I don't mind squash if it's baked and it's got garlic butter on it, but yeah. And I have no interest in the sport either. So yeah, there's that. All right. With that, I'm going to bid you farewell. Thank you so much, everybody, for being here. Appreciate the little chat that we had at the end as well. I hope that you all have a fabulous evening or day wherever you might be, and that you get plenty of a rest. All the book except for the last quarter. Yeah. I mean, all the section that I've got to do, I've got to read all the other books. I have to wait and now for the son to finish Beautiful Creatures to read it. Coda, have you started it? You need to start it, dude. Hopefully he will this weekend and leave me time before movie night. Awesome. Can you borrow it on Libby or somewhere like that? I got to read all the book. At this point, you might as well just read all the book. Because what are we on, the last quarter? Have we read it 3 days? Yeah, I'm on the last quarter now. So yeah. All right. As I said, I'm going to bounce out. I'm going to go and have some lunch. Thank you so much for joining me today. I hope that you got everything that you wanted to get done. And of course, don't forget to subscribe and thumbs up and all the things. Leave me a comment if you're watching the replay. Of course, all my bookish peeps, I will see you over on Dusty Book Sniffers tomorrow with Coda. I hope that you have a fabulous night and evening, a day, wherever you may be. That's it from me today. Have a wonderful day, everybody. Happy crafting, and I'll see you in the next stream. Bye.